doesn't seem to want to work. I don't know why.
Can you maybe talk for me one more time?
Test 1, 2, 3, test 1, 2, 3. We good?
Thank you.
Perfect.
She's like, but they can Google hell out of anything. I said, then that's research. They redefined that normal.
Now you have to teach them discretion.
Right. Yeah, luckily they're 10, but yeah.
It's on the internet. Does it make it true?
Right.
Good morning. I think we're going to try to get started here, keep on schedule throughout the day. Welcome. I'm Jack Aerosmith, the Executive Director for the Statewide Internet Portal Authority, and we could not be happier that you're here with us today. We believe people will be filtering in throughout the day. We're sold out, which is pretty exciting for us. So we hope we'll fulfill your expectations for the day itself. But a bit of housekeeping just to get started with. In your agenda for today, we give you the password, but we don't tell you that you should be signing into Car Guest. So sign into Car Guest and then use that password and you should be okay. We know everybody needs to stay connected. When we started planning for today, almost 12 months ago, I didn't anticipate it was going to land on this particular day. Happy Tax Day to everyone. Hope this doesn't cause any fear or trepidation for anybody. I was listening on the radio today and it reiterated why I'm so glad I live in Colorado. They were saying that the average combined tax for folks in DC was $37,000 a year. Luckily in Colorado, our average is way less than that, well, less than half of that, so it's great to be in Colorado. 2 weeks ago, I was at a conference in Little Rock, Arkansas, sponsored by NIC, and I was stunned what was happening in technology today. When we start talking about artificial intelligence, we learned about autonomous cars. There was discussion. They knew I was from Colorado, so they wanted to talk about marijuana. All of these things are coming together in a way that we've never seen, I think, in the past as far as technology is concerned. And I think we're all living in very exciting times. I was just saying to our speaker this morning, Ann Terry, that I think things are happening in such a way that it might be the next big thing. That we had websites and the internet, and that was pretty exciting, but I think we're really on the cusp of some very exciting things in technology. The problem, of course, we're all involved with government, so we don't like to be on the bleeding edge of anything technology, so we want to look at what's going on and be somewhat cautious about involving it, yet at the same time, our citizens are demanding, I like to say, government needs to be more like Amazon and deliver those services to our citizens. So I hope throughout the day you're going to be listening to our vendors and our panel discussions and so forth and get some ideas about how we can start to move to be the Amazon for government with your local government. This is our 7th annual user conference. I can't believe we've been doing this for 7 years now, and as I said before, we really do appreciate you being here. I know people are giving up a good part of your day. People are traveling from all parts of Colorado, and again, we hope that we will make your day valuable with our panel discussions, our customer community projects that you're going to be seeing today, vendor demonstrations. My goal is that you go away with the day saying, I didn't get a chance to see everything. And if that's the case, then I'll feel successful. But don't be concerned, because we will put presentations on our website, and if there's anything that you'd like more information about, please reach out to us at SIPA. We're happy to go over that process with you. As I say, we look at ourselves as your partner in terms of technology. We can't be all things to all people, but I think we can be of value in specific situations. I would be remiss if I didn't recognize our staff. They have done a tremendous job. Throughout the day, they'll be wearing these silver name badges. So if you see staff, tell them thank you. They have spent hours and hours on putting together this year's conference. So I do want to talk about our staff. Catherine Kunst is our Chief Operating Officer. Several of you know Catherine. She kind of she's the glue for SIPA, holding everything together. Mike Watley was fairly recent to SIPA as our Chief Technology Officer and has been in the technology field for many, many years. Many of you know Beth Justice, our sales and marketing person, and she's wandering around with her hair on fire today, making sure everything goes right. So again, thanks Beth for her great job. Bill Hobbs is here somewhere wandering around. He's our Director of Special Projects. Diane Edwards, our bookkeeper and office manager. Gabby Moore have put together all of the materials in your brochure and many of the PowerPoints and has done a great job. And we now have a new intern at SIPA, Kim Banangi. I don't think I pronounced that right. But Kim is brand new with us, and so welcome her here as well. You know, this year we've identified 3 tracks that we're going to talk about, and so on your agenda you'll see how those tracks work, but we've looked at security and compliance, citizen engagement, and digital transformation, and I'll talk a little bit more about the agenda. Also today, both now and this afternoon, we are going to be simulcasting this room to other rooms. So if you're not in this room, you can also be in rooms B, C, and E and see the simulcast at lunch for Irv Halter, our keynote speaker at lunch. Our conference concludes at 4 o'clock, but I do want to invite you all to our ceremony afterwards. All of our micro grants will be awarded at that point. There'll be appetizers throughout the day. There's going to be plenty of food. There'll be snacks, there'll be lunch, and then we have heavy hors d'oeuvres this evening and some adult beverages starting at 4 o'clock. So we hope you can join us in the atrium for that as well. I do want to thank our sponsors who are really making today possible. We appreciate them, and we hope that you reach out to our sponsors. One, thank them, please, and then ask them if there are things that you're interested about. Our long-term partner, Colorado Interactive, Form Assembly, DocuSign, Salesforce Marketing Cloud, Google, GTRI, Five9, Kofax, Istonish, Genesis, Next Exam, Tempus Nova, and FirstNet Learning. Let's give them a round of applause for helping to sponsor today's event. So this morning I'm going to talk quickly about SIPA, some of our background, and then I'll introduce our speaker for this morning. But many of you have heard many of these things before, so I'm not going to dwell on them, but we did get our start back in 2004. We are an authority, so we report to a 15-member board. This is our board. It's quite an august group of folks. In fact, I see a board member in the room right now. Executive Director Barbara Broll is on our board. Thank you for being here, Barbara. You'll also be hearing from Irv Halter this afternoon at noon. He is one of our speakers, and you'll see several of these other people throughout the day here, and we appreciate what they do for us. As I said, we're governed by a board of directors. We are a self-funded organization, and I would be happy to talk to any of you afterwards on how it is that we're self-funded, but we don't receive funds from the general fund. We're charged to serve the state of Colorado as far as government is concerned, and you can kind of see the governments that we serve. The mission, I just want to go through the very first, but there's a broader mission statement, but to develop the official recognized statewide internet portal that provides one-stop access to electronic information, products, and services. That's in statute. That is the mission of SIPA. But I look at it more than that. We are your partner in bringing technology to your local and state governments, and we hope that you look at us as your partner as well. So, who does SIPA serve? Currently, we're serving over 371 governments and subdivisions throughout the state of Colorado, and that kind of gives you a breakdown percentage-wise of the 371, 12% are state agencies, and 40% are special districts. That gives you a wide variety of who we serve. Here's the governments we serve throughout Colorado, so you can see we're not a front range only organization. We serve governments throughout the entire state of Colorado. We have a full slate of technology services that we offer, but what I would say is we hope that you look at us as your partner. We can't be all things to all people. We can't represent all vendors, but we may have some ideas. So if you've got a problem, I recommend that you call us, and if one of our vendors can't fulfill it, we may know a source out there for you. We certainly have a vetted partner process. We are allowed to do business with government without going out for RFP, if that's the direction you'd like to go. The statute allows us to do that. Our vision is to help save government money, create unique and creative solutions. We hope, as I said, you look at us as your partner. And for us, our preference is cloud-based solutions. Our oldest partner, Colorado Interactive, is here today, and we ask that you take a look at some of the presentations they'll be doing today. We do go out for an RFP to decide who our portal integrator is, and NIC was the winner of the last RFP. They serve in 27 states, and as I said, I was just recently in Arkansas at one of their conferences. Our goal, as always, is to save government money. We believe that we're at least $6 million in savings annually. I believe it's probably larger than that. Through website development and hosting, we're excited. I hope that you attend the conference. For the last 2 years, we've been moving from a FatWire platform, which was our website of preference before, to a Drupal website, and those are the websites we're offering governments at this point. And the proof positive that we headed in the right direction, we're going to see this evening not only our grant awards, but there'll be several of our partners who won national awards for their websites. So join us this afternoon as we hand out those awards for nationally award-winning websites. Obviously, we have statewide licensing contracts, reduced cost on PCI compliance, et cetera. So how does SIPA protect governments? We certainly carry our own general liability insurance and cyber insurance, so we are insured if you're doing business with that. Certainly, statute governs the purchases of products, so you have some statutory protection if you're using us. We follow or exceed all of the state security requirements on all of our products and vendors, and we maintain the highest PCI compliance available. I wanted to just briefly talk about payment processing for a second because it's one of the big things that we do. If I don't get sleep at night, it's because I worry about payment processing and make sure that things are happening appropriately in that arena. We've just moved banks at the request of the treasurer from Chase to Wells Fargo. That started back in July and just recently happened, so it's a long process to move bank accounts. But one of the things that's important to understand is that we're following every state legislation. If you have government funds that where someone's using a credit card and it's going into a holding account, which is the case for everybody using credit cards, it's important for it to get into a Public Depository Protection Act. I can talk to you ad nauseum about that, but if you're interested in what a PDP account is, we can talk about that, and our account is a PDPA account. We have Colorado Interactive be our merchant of record, so individual governments don't take on the responsibility of being the merchant of record. Huge, as I said, about PCI compliance. A massive amount of cyber insurance involved in our PCI compliance, which is important. We have a local help desk and SOC 1 and SOC 2 reports. I'm happy to tell you what those are at your leisure. So local government, not state government, but local government SIPA-funded services for 90 websites throughout the state of Colorado, 115 governments using payment processing, 211,000 transactions last year, 114 million, beg your pardon, distributed back to governments last year with payment processing, and 117 micro grants since we've been issuing micro grants over the last 6 years now, 7 years, and to the tune of about $500,000. Citizen engagement in 2016, 1.6 visits to colorado.gov, 4 million page visits, 274 professional license renewals, 192,000 online driver license renewals, 972,000 online vehicle registrations. So we've been busy in 2016. Again, I want to talk briefly about the agenda. It's in your paper copy agenda. If you'll pull it out, there are a couple of quick changes. We did have a quick change. Director Broll will be speaking in room 1B at 11:15. That was a recent change, and we want to make sure that you attend that. If you're interested about anything that has to do with government and marijuana, Director Broll will talk about it. And it certainly affects us in the IT arena as much as anything else. At 3:30 this afternoon in room 1D, Henry Sobanet is going to be here and talk about the state budget and how it relates to local government as well. We hope you're available for that. A really interesting presentation in 1C at 3:35, a partner demonstration on map to track. This is a GIS very, very low-cost solution for special districts, maybe small municipalities. So if you're interested in something like that, that may be of interest to you. I did talk about the Wi-Fi, make sure that you do that. There's also a conference app. There's information on how to load the conference app on your cell phone. You'll have an up-to-date agenda on that, so follow that information. But very important, for the first time this year, on the back of your insert is something that says, visit the exhibits and win. So this year, if you visit each of our sponsors' desks, and they are kind of behind us, behind this wall here, and get them to initial that, and then come to our evening celebration and awards session, you'll go into a hat, and we will draw out 3 winners. One will receive an Amazon Echo, one will receive a Google Home, and one will receive an Apple TV. So be here this evening, must be present to win. Again, the reception this evening. So that concludes my very brief overview. Let's get you to the person that you've been waiting to hear this morning. I'm going to introduce Ann Terry. Ann Terry is currently the Executive Director for the Special District Association. Ann and I have known each other for a number of years, and I have so much great respect for the work that Ann has been doing in terms of special districts. But to give you kind of a quick background on Ann, because she probably won't blow her own horn, as I said, she's the executive director for the Special District Association of Colorado, which is a membership organization, and Ann represents nearly 1,700 districts across the state of Colorado. Ann has extensive lobbying experience along with 25 years of law practice. She's been a prosecuting district attorney in a number of locations, so watch your P's and Q's around Ann. Ms. Terry was the Deputy Director of the Colorado District Attorney's Council from 1995 to 2005 and worked as the Legislative Liaison for the Colorado Department of Public Safety from 2004 to 2009. Please help me welcome Ann Terry. You're ready to go.
Don't forget your briefcase.
Oh, thank you.
He told me I had one job today. Make sure he did not forget his briefcase when he finished. So I would tell you, Jack mentioned that you all, the SIPA should be like Amazon. And I'm going to tell you you're better than Amazon, right? Because I went to go renew my driver's license online. I was thinking, this is so great. Thank God somebody noticed when they looked at my license that it was due, because as a former prosecutor, I should have figured that out, but I did not. So I was like 3 days away. And I'm looking at it, I'm doing it online, I'm doing it on a Saturday. I'm thinking, this is awesome. I get to the payment part, process the credit card, and it didn't, it spun, it didn't go through. And I thought, well, that's weird. Then I got an error message, and it said to try back, so I tried back. And in the meantime, I was able to send Jack an email, and he answered on a Saturday, and said, oh, don't worry, we got it fixed. And sure enough, it was fixed. So not only are you better than Amazon because you deliver, you also have great customer service. You answered emails right there and there. So I appreciate that very much. My perspective today is not from a tech world. My perspective is from a local government world. And looking at all of you and your name tags and where you're from, many of you are from some of my members, and many of you are from the state. So if we could, I know we've got people in satellite rooms. How many of you are from the state government sector? Okay, and then how many of you are from local government, including school districts, special districts, municipalities? So it looks like it's about half, at least in this room, which always, I think, is interesting because I've worked in both. I worked on the SIPA bill, which before it was an authority, we were all called into Governor Owen's library as legislative liaisons and said, okay, everybody, you're going to work on setting up a technology portal. I was like, whatever. Is there a crime involved in that? Because I don't know what that means. And they said, all of you, all the way across the board, are going to have to work on this. And at that point, John Connolly was the lead person for the governor on setting this up. And so we did, in fact, sit down and figure out what the bill said. And it was about this thick. That's not unusual, but there were a lot of technical terms and places in the statute that I had never looked at before. Anyway, it was the easiest thing to lobby. And the reason it was the easiest thing to lobby is because there was a need, there was a craving, there was a real market and desire to make sure that we had a portal authority, which it ended up being authority and enterprise. And as now it is self-funded, which is fabulous because it allows for so much more freedom, so much more ability to assist and work with local governments, which is, sorry state people, is kind of my heart and soul. I grew up in a local government family back in the Midwest. But it is an absolute honor to be here with all of you. And those of you that are in remote rooms, thank you very much for coming and listening. I think that one of the other things that I am probably charged with doing is to look at this from a little different perspective, from more of a socioeconomic perspective than a technology perspective. You all have consumers, you're the boots on the ground, you have clients. I don't know if you call them your clients or you call them your consumers, you call them your work partners, but you are the integral part of how we get technology to our local governments and to our state government folks. And how will you do that? And how can you better do that? So maybe today we can talk a little bit about how we can do that a little bit better together. there has been a lot of change. Obviously, I think these are always really fun to look at now and then. Yes, I used a tin can in my tree house, to my friend's treehouse, swear to God. Yes, I had that computer down at the bottom, and then I also had a Mac 2C and an Apple IIc, and then I had the Macintosh when I was in law school. My law school was on the cutting edge and got a Mac for everyone. Then, of course, we look at what server rooms used to look like. How many of you have seen the movie Hidden Figures? Fabulous film if you have not seen it. Fabulous film for a whole lot of reasons, but for purposes of today, you look at the technology that they were just starting to use those computer cards that I used as bookmarks in college. So these women and men were trying to do really complicated math without the aid of a giant, well, it was giant when it came in, processor, but any type of processor. My husband is a software and electrical engineer at Lockheed Martin, so he's my tech guy. He's the one I'm like, damn it, the internet's down again. He's like, well, did you power it off? Did you power it off? I'm like, stop asking me these questions. But he's my tech guy, and one of the things he said when he saw the movie is he said, I use that math today. That is amazing math. Math sustains. Math lasts. Math develops. So, technology, it develops. It moves on. As a lawyer, we don't like change. I mean, think about it. We cite cases from the 1700s. Marbury versus Madison was one of our very favorite cases because it deals with jurisdiction. And we get to take everything back in the criminal world to the Miranda, Arizona versus Miranda in the early 60s. Lawyers, we don't like change. We like old stuff. We like to find old stuff that makes our case stronger. So for us to hit something new or to be a case that's a first time heard case in front of a district court or a Supreme Court or Court of Appeals is a little scary to us. So by nature, we're not somebody who really, really loves change. However, technology is our present and it's our future as well. At my house, we have Astro and Rosie. Anybody watch the Jetsons? Okay. I'm going to age myself out at some point, but we have Astro and Rosie. Rosie cleans up messes from our dogs. Astro cleans up the dog hair and goes all around. It's a Dyson, which is absolutely fabulous, and it finds its way around. It maps itself. My husband thought this was so much better than the Roomba because it actually maps it out and remembers where it was. But we use technology every single day in all the things that we do. Walkmans, VCRs, things of the past. The DVR is becoming a thing of the past. I love this one because I had that brick phone. It was my first phone at the Capitol in 1996. I thought it was so cool, but we all had phone booths then. And we all would line up in front of the phone booths because those phones had a charge of about 27 minutes. And in my world, you couldn't just talk for 27 minutes. Then, of course, you have the computer and the Walkman, which I listened to nonstop when I was studying. Probably would have got better grades had I not been listening to the Walkman while I was studying. The iPhone is now 10 years old. I remember when the first one came out, and there was a senator who had one, and I thought, oh my gosh. And I asked him, I said, do you like this? And he said, yeah, it's not that great of a phone. I'm not really sure what else it does, but it looks cool. And it did, and it still does. But it is evolving. I was looking back at 3 of the other generations of iPhones I have because I need to figure out how to get all the pictures off of my family so that I can put them into the cloud. But in my family, back in Iowa, we grew up in a tech home. We had a remote control in 1972, and it wasn't me. It was really a remote control, and it had little components that flipped, and it projected sound, and it would flip the channels. We had the first radar range, which we don't call them that anymore. It was the Amana radar range. Amana is from Iowa, so it was really cool that we had one. We also had, my dad had a tape-to-tape, not real, but a tape-to-tape, so he would take his albums and he would tape them onto these tapes. And then he would make duplicates for his friends. But there was something that was really odd about the whole process. We had to be quiet when he was doing it because the microphone wasn't, well, it was out in the room, and it he had this little microphone in it, and he's like, girls, shh, 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 shh. And every now and then you'd hear a tape, and you'd hear one of us going, Dad! So, technology has come a long ways. Today's themes, I think, are fabulous. You've got cybersecurity, citizens engagement, and digital transformation. So you, looking at your breakout sessions, you have a lot on GIS. GIS is something that we all use, whether we think we do or not. You use it probably all of the time. My special districts use it all the time. DOLA put GIS on their website. I'm sure you all helped them with that. It is really wonderful to know where the boundaries are. There are maps, GIS maps of where there are wellheads. There are GIS maps of where there are mines. Down in Durango, I was down in Durango 2 weeks ago, and they were talking about mines that had the little medallion, and they were using their GIS, the medallion that said this mine was closed in 1946, and they said, well, we use GIS to find them. And I thought, wow, that's pretty fabulous. Well, you have shared services, case studies that you can listen to, payports. If we can make it easier for our citizens to pay the government anything, you're way ahead on marketing and customer service. That will go a long ways, because who hates to stand in line at the DMV? And they're actually, I think, pretty nice, but they're, they get a bad rap. Who hates to have to stand in line to make your deposit at the bank? Who actually does that anymore? Anybody? I don't. My bank is so nice and pretty because nobody's ever there. Every now and then I have cash and I have to go in. But the whole idea is if we can make it easier, then people will like government. Because guess what? Government's not the most popular entity right now. And granted, it has to do federal, state, local. Everybody has somewhat of a kind of bad taste in their mouth about some of the government functions that have been happening over the last 20 years. We can make that better. That's what I love about government and local government, is that you have the ability to make it easier. Sometimes it's the tone of your voice. Sometimes it is the technology you have that you can share. And at the state level, it is absolutely wonderful if you can help somebody who comes in and wants an accident report. And they have to slide it through the glass. But if you can download it, fill it out, and send it in, which is what I had to do when I had somebody hit my car. Denver was great. I just filled it all out, sent it in. They sent me a nice email back. That was satisfying customer service. If I'd had to send it in or go down to the police station, finding a place to park would have made me go crazy first. So we also need to look at how we communicate. And change. Generally, we don't like change. You all like change because you work in change. Change is your world. Change is your life. But how do you communicate that change? How do you understand how people are dealing with their change? What are some of the things that we hate about change? Anything come to mind? I know it's early. I know the coffee's just kicking in. Learning curve, exactly. Oh my God, I have to learn this. And then just as soon as I learn this, they're going to change it, right? So what are some of the things that we absolutely love about change? Convenient, makes your life easier, makes your job easier, makes teaching somebody something new, maybe it makes it easier. So having that ability to understand change is so important. Again, keeping in mind that your world is constantly changing because the tech world changes. The law world does not change very fast, very slow. One of the biggest complaints is that we move slow. But technology moves fast. And so we need to make sure that our folks understand that. Sometimes change just hits you and you don't have any choice whatsoever, right? And then sometimes crisis creates change. We always joke at the legislature when we get a bill, when I would read a bill and say, all right, what happened? What crisis created this? Because inevitably there's a horror story for each and every piece of legislation that has something to do with either criminal changes or school changes, school finance, things like that. But crisis can make change. Crisis can create a new normal for us. Crisis is not necessarily a bad thing. How we handle it and how we communicate it is going to be the real key. Planning and knowledge of your change, making sure that folks understand the change. I mean, how many times, does anybody work for Microsoft in here? Okay, so how many times do you do? I did. You did, okay. Microsoft rolls out a patch. Or Apple now rolls out updates. They do it in a much prettier way. Microsoft now just changes it on your computer, which actually I find really helpful because then I don't have to worry about, did I turn it down, did I turn it off, all that kind of stuff. However, they roll out a patch. And I used to say to my husband, especially when he was working more in software, I'm like, why can't you software engineers just make it right the first time? And he says, because you lawyers want it faster. And I said, well, we are going to sue you. And then he reminds me that I don't sue people. That's not what I've ever done. So, but anyway, I think I blame software engineers for everything that goes wrong in my life, pretty much. My TV was on the fritz the other night. It was going in and out. I'm like, really, whose TV does that anymore? Well, the little box that allows me to watch TV from room to room, which I love, was going out. It was that simple. But I sent my husband a text and it's like, all right, the root of all evil, the evil empire of software engineers is making my television show go in and out. And now I can't watch the end of Scandal. So he's like, I'll be home in about 25 minutes. It's okay. So what do? I'm like, Alexa, let's play music. I love Alexa. Alexa works for me. So sometimes we create change from problems that we have to manage, and sometimes we do it from crisis management. But planning in advance is so important. And I'm going to tell you that in your world, if you can roll out change, even though it may have to be fast, in an engaging way, you will get the buy-in of your users, of the other folks in your office. They'll start to understand it so much better. So what does change do to us? I just thought this was hilarious. They're all kind of looking around like, whoa, where's that? It can rock your world, right? It can scare you, it can motivate you, and it can shape you. That is exactly what change does, is it motivates us, and it shapes us, and it scares some of us. I always say, oh, I don't really like change. I actually really do. I love technology. I love embracing it. I love figuring out how to do something different. I could never code. I don't understand the zeros and the ones. I don't understand the coding. My husband's got like 3 screens up at home when he's working from home. And I'm like, I have no idea what that is. But is it going to ruin my day? No. So I love to be able to learn, and sometimes it scares me, and sometimes being scared is what gets you going. But be ready for change. Know what it means. Be ready. Have your users, the people that you're working with, understand that it's coming. If you can communicate that, you will have an amazing opportunity to embrace them and really get them involved. So using terms like spoofing, tampering, phishing, yes, my email was spoofed. I think Jack got one of my emails not very long ago. All those kinds of things. Explaining what that is really important to the people that you work with. So let's take a look at one of the first topics of today, cybersecurity. So how many of you have been involved in some form of cyber attack? Really? Not everybody? Huh. That you know of? Okay. Think about some of the most secure environments that you have worked with or that you know of. Google, Oracle, Apple, the Department of Defense, Disney, right? My husband worked for he works at Lockheed Martin. That's not a secret. But at some point he was working on classified projects. So he had to get a clearance through the Department of Defense. So about 3 years ago, the Department of Defense sent us a form letter saying that our information, our Social Security numbers, because I'm in that file as somebody he lives with, somebody who has to be interviewed by the FBI and all that kind of stuff, our information had been compromised in a hack. And we could, in fact, have our identity stolen. It was, lots of could, would, maybe, don't worry, if this happens, call this number. You might not know that it happens, but the Department of Defense was hacked, and much of the data in there was compromised. About a year later, Kaiser, our healthcare provider that we use, was also hacked. Or I think it was a laptop was stolen and someone got in. And I mean, it's unfortunate. These things just happen. Somebody said to me the other day at my office, it's like, look at these guys. They're all a bunch of like hoodie-wearing little hackers, and what are they doing? They're just mean-spirited. Actually, it's big business. It's huge business. And some of the folks that are working in this arena might not know they're actually working on cyber crime or committing cyber crime. I'm not excusing it. I'm the first person to not give someone an excuse on something like that. However, I think it's important to realize that it's also really big business abroad. And we are being hit all the time. You all know those statistics more than I do. I sit on the Homeland Security Task Force, and every month they give us a briefing, and it's something like, we're hit 200,000, 300,000, 400,000 times every few days. I could have that number wrong, but it just seemed like a lot. The cost and loss of cybersecurity in this country to the private sector was $52 billion last year. $52 billion. I do animal rescue. I could save a lot of dogs. We could use that money in so many other different ways. But there is a whole industry out there that's doing cyber attacking in so many different ways, shapes, and form. And they're not just the hoodie kid who had no friends, never went to prom, didn't have a first kiss till he was 30 that's doing this. That's pretty sexist, sorry. It's all kinds of people working in the software industry, and some of them don't even know that they're participating in it. But it does create chaos. One of the things I want you to think about is, what is the worst cyber attack you can think of? Anybody? Yes?
Something that has a physical repercussion, such as loss of power or life and limb.
Yes. Exactly. Something that's catastrophic. Something we rely on every single day. Power. Where would we be without power? Something we rely on every single day. The traffic lights working. Well, I would tell you that that's awful. Cyber attacks that harm banks, the Department of Defense, Kaiser, any of that is awful. But the worst cyber attack that can happen to you is the one that happens to you. It is the one that you're sitting there thinking, oh my God, I can't believe this just happened. I'd been at SDA about 6 months, and we had launched a new website. No, you all didn't do it for us, but you weren't in that business just quite yet. And I was getting off an airplane, getting my luggage, and my CFO calls, and he said, I kind of have good news, bad news, but how was the conference you went to? I said, okay, what's going on? And he said, well, the good news is I have it fixed. The bad news is our website was hacked. And I said, well, what does that mean? What do you mean? And he said, well, Ann, it's like this. Everybody turned their computers on today and there was porn. I'm like, oh my God. So criminal justice brain is going, all right, we need to call the police, we need to call the cyber unit in Denver, we need to figure this all out. And I said, and it's fixed? And he said, yes, it's fixed. I called our web guy. He can't, he fixed it right away. It's done. I'm like, how do we know that's not going to happen again? And he said to me, I don't think it's going to happen again. I said, okay. So, of course, I went home and asked my tech advisor. And my husband said, oh, Ann, it's going to happen again. Sure enough, the next day, when I got to the office and turned on my computer, there was porn. I hate porn. So, anyway, it's something that we all have to be really, really aware of, and it can happen to anybody anytime. My address got spoofed because Chip Taylor's address got spoofed at CCI. He sent an email to me. I was at a conference. I'm like, I can't open this. And we had sent things back and forth that were locked before. I do that with our bank, my account, or the SDA bank. I call it the SDA bank. It's also your bank now, Wells Fargo. but we send it through a secure server. I got another email like that that looked like Wells Fargo. It was not. I did not click on it. I will never click on that again. It required me to make a phone call. So face-to-face communication. Digital transformations. It is in everything. Your accounting, as this block says, your accounting, finance, human resources, marketing, human resources. How many of you hire now by not submitting, well, if you're at the state, you're doing it through a portal with an app and everything like that. But many companies don't want resumes anymore. They want to look at your LinkedIn profile, which would have your resume on it. My niece, who's in college, is doing interviewing and things like that for internships. And she said, nobody wants this beautiful resume that took me so long to figure out how to make. She said, everybody said, no, just email it. Let me look at your LinkedIn. She's like, LinkedIn? I haven't done anything to be on LinkedIn. I said, you'd be surprised. So it's working in all of our areas, and even in law and ethics, that we have cases, we file our briefs electronically, we do our discovery. I think you guys worked on, was it the 4th Judicial District's e-discovery system? That is an important piece of what's going on. Let me just give you a really quick example. Gas lights at the Capitol. Have you ever looked at the Capitol in the chamber, in either chamber? They have lights, and they're electrical, and they also are gas. The gas ones aren't on. But when they built that Capitol, electricity was new. It was brand new. And nobody thought it was going to last. So they wired it because they wanted to be on the cutting edge, but they used gas. The gas lines are still there, obviously not full of gas, but electricity prevailed. And so once again, somebody who thought, ooh, I don't think this is going to take off, but we better be prepared, was prepared for it. Sort of like, the internet, Facebook. Well, that's not going to last. I remember somebody I worked with said, that's not going to last. Well, it does. Citizen engagement. Communities and organizations that you work with, how do you communicate with them? What do you need to be aware of? Estes Park and Rec District website, I just looked at that. You all did that. It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. It's super easy to use, and it inspired me to look at our website and try to redo it because it's very up to date. Lots of good information at our fingertips. That's what's important to us, right? As we learn to communicate, we like things to be really quick. I love this cartoon because, look, he's saying, hi, sweetie, how was school today? She says, oh, you can read about it on my blog, Dad. Well, first of all, he's reading a newspaper. We went to make a bonfire at my sister's house this last weekend and realized they don't have newspapers. We don't have any newspapers at our house either. How are we going to, get the kindling going? We figured it out. Paper towels work, by the way. But what works for your citizens? Who are they? Know who they are and their communication styles. And this is what I think is super important. We have 5 generations in the workforce. Really, probably most of our workforce is 3 generations. How do we know how these people think, act? Each generation requires a little bit of different type of communication style and learning. So if you look at, they call it the maturists, I call it the traditionalists. Though I have several traditionalists on my board. 3% are still in the workforce. What was the most important thing for them? Own your own home, have a car, and work at your job for life. Raise a family. Then the baby boomers came, World War II, post-World War II, job security. Information technology was in the way of TVs, non-party lines, right, for telephones, if anybody knows what that is. And they started to figure out what a computer was. But the baby boomers are the ones that are now on Facebook more so than you have your Generation Z and your Generation Y. But they like face-to-face communication. And by God, you work hard, you get reward. You do not just assume a position of management without working. You need to be dedicated, you need to care, and you need to show up every single day in person on time. And you work just a little bit harder every single day than you did the day before. That's the baby boomer generation. Generation X, work-life balance started to come out. So, baby boomers raised Generation X kids, and those kids had parents who both worked. So, they had to learn how to fend for themselves, sometimes after school. They became digital immigrants. Not something, I'm Generation X. We did not grow up with all of the technology that the Y generation has. But what's important to us, our careers, early portfolio of career, it says, loyal to the profession. That would be me. Loyal to the profession. I want to show up on time. I want to do a good job. I want to make sure that I know how to communicate with my coworkers, which usually means going in and talking to them. Now I text. I text the people sitting in the offices next to me all the time. I'm lazy. I have to wear one of these Fitbits. I have to stand up. I have to start walking around more. But another really great piece of technology gives me lots of instant feedback, lots of good information, lots of good data. That's what Generation X likes, is data. Generation Y. So Generation Y are the kids who played soccer who did not get ribbons for winning. They got participation ribbons. And Generation X and baby boomers love to make fun of this. We love to say, oh my God, they do not know what it's like to come in first place. They don't know what it's like to come in last place. They don't know what it's like to get an A+ or a D. But they do. And what they do know is they lived in a time where digital information and data flowed fast and furious. And it's there for them. They also lived in a time, and I think this is really fascinating. I was a sociology major, so not shocking that I find this fascinating, is that they grew up with 9/11. They grew up with school shootings in their schools. They grew up with theater shootings, as did Generation Z. They grew up in an environment that wasn't inherently safe. Baby boomers, our parents, and the traditionalists grew up in an era where people are traditionally safe, did not necessarily lock their doors in small towns, didn't lock their car doors, didn't worry about things like that. It happened, don't get me wrong. However, it wasn't something that was in the back of their minds. Generation Y grew up with a very fast communication. Things that happened in Afghanistan were tweeted out very quickly. We're on Facebook. We're on MySpace, when that existed. That the information came fast on CNN. There were breaking news. When I was growing up, when there was breaking news, it meant something really horrible happened, like Martin Luther King was assassinated. Now, you get used to watching TV with the scrolling. Right on the bottom, you're kind of watching both. I'm watching the NFL channel, and I'm watching down at the bottom who might be drafted, what they ran, the 40 in and combine, all those kinds of things. You're doing multiple things. They're used to that. So is Generation Z. Generation Y wants to talk digitally. They want freedom and flexibility. They don't want to show up every day at 8 o'clock and leave every day at 5 o'clock. They still get their work done. So let's be careful on how we communicate with Generation Y, as they are the young workforce. They have a lot of knowledge. Their knowledge came early on. It came fast and furious technology, digital communication. So while they don't share the same life experiences of getting married, having children, dyeing your hair red and then dyeing it back to green and then dyeing it to black, those kinds of things, and then changing political parties somewhere in your life, they have a lot of experience on how information gets communicated and how they would like to have it communicated. They are an amazing generation. And while they may not want to work at desks, they may not want to work in closed environments, they may want to work in a more open environment. That would just stress me out to no end, because I am a Generation X who just needs that structure, craves that structure. That structure makes me comfortable. It doesn't them. But embrace that and understand that. And then when you're trying to communicate to them, know that they're going to get things fast. Their brains have been working super, super fast when it comes to communication and technology. And Generation Z, you said you hired an intern. That's probably a Generation Z. And I think that's really fascinating, because they grew up in a war-torn environment. They've seen war all the time. It's on TV all the time. And they don't always watch television anymore. They get that information from their smartphone because our smartphones do everything. Thank God, by the way. But they like to stream videos and stream shows because that's their relaxation time. They don't want to, many of them don't have DVRs or TVs. That's great. Listen to how they communicate and what they want. They're really good at communicating with their smartphone. Don't discount that. It's really hard. 5 generations in a workplace, 3 major generations are your workplace. But knowing how they communicate and how they want to communicate and what's important to them will go a lot further in explaining change, technology, and working with all of your users. I put this up here because those two are 3 generations apart. The one on the right loves Snapchat. And when I asked her, should I get Snapchat, she said, oh, no, you just stick with Instagram. I said, why? She said, oh, the technology is changing on Instagram. I don't think she wanted me anywhere near Snapchat. The one on the left embraced texting in the last 3 years and Facebook. She communicates with her siblings who are 80 and 90 years old every day through Facebook. She knows what's going on in her community. She knows what's going on in her hometown, which is 4.5 hours away. She knows what's happening in Denver. That happens to be my mother and my niece, by the way. So what does the future hold for us in cybersecurity, citizen engagement, and digital transportation? Taking all of this information, you're looking at robust content management systems. You use a Pacific platform, which I'm not even going to pretend to understand. I tried to do some research on it. I'm not sure I really got it. But if it's how you're putting all of your information together and what your websites look like, I understand Drupal because we use that. It's beautiful. But it's going to be all about robust content and the ability to trust. If you're going to get people to pay online, if you're going to get people to understand about how they can do more online, and online meaning using their phone or their smart device, is you're going to have to inform, teach, and get them to trust it. Citizen engagement will increase with trust. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about where our ideas come from. They are ever evolving. They're coming from all of those generations. Don't discount one of those generations. They all have some piece of idea or concept that is really a contributing factor. Whether it's, in my day, we had to roll the windows down and we had to use a typewriter. My nephew came upstairs from my mom's house with this case and he's like, what is this? And I said, it's my typewriter from college. It was state of the art. It had correction. I cannot type. I still can't type. It had correction. I needed it. And he said, can I take it apart? I was like, oh, no, that thing costs like $300. He's like, okay, can I take it apart? I said, sure, take it apart. He took it apart, put it back together. He said, you know what, this is just a keyboard. Thanks for that. But they have good ideas. They have really good ideas. Smart cities. Looking at what a smart city will be, developing technologies, mobile apps to go, accessible websites for the visually impaired and the hearing impaired. We did an article in our newsletter at SDA last month about having our websites be more accessible to those with disabilities. We have to. We absolutely positively have to. So the technology is going in that direction. Don't think that because you are hearing or sight have those abilities that you're going to understand how that works. So make sure that you talk to and incorporate those with some forms of impairment. Those that can't use their arms, their legs, those that are aging and hearing impaired. How is that going to work? GIS, I've already talked about that. Cloud-based storage. We went to cloud-based storage when our server broke on a 100-degree day in August in 2011 at SDA. And one of my staff said, but the cloud's going to break. I said, I don't think it's going to break. They're like, it's going to be hacked, probably. Although I was assured it wouldn't. It has. But it's okay. It's the place to go. It's where we're going to be able to store our technology. We have to look at security. And does more data help us? Smart cities are a thing of the future. What does this mean for special districts, local governments, and state governments? Well, I put that up there mostly so that you could look at what is your number one asset. Your number one asset are your still employees. You've got to have humans to interact. You've got to have humans to answer questions. You've got to have humans to do the work. Even though my Alexa is learning all the music that I like, even though Siri, swear to God she hates me, is starting to pick up on my calendar, I use Waze every day to get around and negotiate the construction on I-25 and Broadway. I don't know what I would do without them. And they're learning my routes, but I still need a human, and you do too. Humans are our number one asset. What's our number two asset? Probably technology. Our websites, our ability to communicate that information. And what do our governments need? Well, this is just my list, but secure environment. And again, building trust. It goes back to that communication. Build trust. Old and new ways of thinking, communication, interaction with your users. How do you do that? What's the best way to interact? It's hard for those in government, it's hard for those in government to embrace different and new concepts because we're using taxpayer dollars. We want to be responsible for taxpayer dollars. Technology costs money that not everybody understands. It feels like it is a frivolous or it's a gift. It's something we shouldn't be doing. Take that communication and change it. Change that communication that technology is not something that is just that we can cut. Technology is something that will help us be more efficient and more effective in our ability to provide our services. Flexible work schedule, it's always something to keep in mind. I put these two up here because they're unlikely partners, right? It's a fox and a German Shepherd, and they're in Norway. They became the best of friends over a year. They are the most unlikely partners, but they worked together to play and to have a great time. Technology needs to be something that you work and you play with so that you can communicate it and make it look like it's not scary change. So what's next and what do you do? I love this. Dear past, thank you for all the lessons. Dear future, I'm ready now. I should probably say this to all of my friends who are lawyers, right? But we need to plan, evolve, and embrace that change. And so finally, I don't think any show or any presentation is complete without fireworks. I love fireworks. I want to thank you all so much for having me. I'm open to any questions you have. You have a hard job. You have 4 generations in the workforce. You have change. You have financial constraints. You have resource constraints. You're probably doing the job of 2 or 3 people on any given day. You have generational constraints that you have some folks that say, I will work better if you let me work from home. Give it a shot. Trust. Trust them. Build your trust with your clients, with your governments, and I guarantee you, you will end up with a much better work environment and a better ability to embrace and to communicate technology. So I want to thank you all again and have a really, really great conference. It's an honor to be here. You all are absolutely wonderful. My special districts, 40%, that's pretty hot. Love you all. I know some of those micro grants are some of my districts, Red Feather Lakes Library District. I've been there. It's a great library. When I was there, I had a hard time using the internet. I was looking something up on my phone, and I had a really difficult time being able to do this. That micro grant, as my understanding, is going to help. So thank you all for everything that you do, and enjoy your day. Any questions? I can't imagine what I could actually answer for all of you.
And I wanted to thank you for your presentation, very thought-provoking. We appreciate you as always. We wanted to give you a little thank you for that.
Thank you.
Again, thanks so much, Ann. Let's give her one more round of applause. So we're about to go for a break, but I want to talk about two things before we do. This is a great opportunity for you to take the insert and see our vendors during the break, so you can win one of those great prizes at the end of the day. In addition to that, I said that we were at a conference a couple of weeks ago in Little Rock, and one of the speakers said that 4 words had inhibited artificial intelligence and caused us great concern for many, many years. And I don't know that all of the Gen X or younger will recognize the 4 words that this gentleman thought had impeded artificial intelligence and gave us fears in the middle of the night. But when he said them, I thought, that is really interesting. The 4 words he said: Hal, open the bay doors. And so I think our job as technology-related people is to deliver to our citizens Hal, and make sure our citizens believe that every time they ask, the bay doors will open. Have a great break, and we'll see you back at 10:30.
That's well said. That's really well said. Thank you so much. That was fun. The group.
Oh, it's in your brochure. This insert right here gives you the password. Okay, card guys.
but they didn't know who each of them were. So with that, we have quite the esteemed panel of security experts here today. Mr. Steve Curry from the City and County of Denver, Chief Security Officer. And we also have Rich Schleip from Secretary of State, correct? And also James Stoner from the City and County of Denver. And I know you guys want to know whether we should be afraid of the Russians. So with that, I will turn it over to you.
Good morning. Thank you for picking our session. This whole theme of should we be afraid of the Russians was a topic that we had to submit back in November for a lot of the conferences that, they have a little bit of advance time, and we didn't really know. We started to reflect on it. We didn't know, would this topic be still relevant by the time April got here? And so we've been kind of rewarded with a lot of coverage in the news. And I'm a child of the Cold War, kind of grew up with the constant, is this a countdown timer? Is that,
No, it's counting up.
Oh, counting up, okay. Sorry, it's okay. I want to make sure I stop. I kind of grew up in the Cold War era, and there was always this fascination with the Russians. We used to watch these cartoons that would be on all the time. If you remember, does anybody remember Bullwinkle and Natasha? Yeah, you watched them. Yeah. So anyway, it was always kind of a big thing. So I want to start with playing some music for you, and I do all of my own stunts here, so bear with me. This song came out in the 80s, and it was originally in the 80s, and this video was made under a prior president. So it's a little bit dated, just by a few months, but just like to share.
I'd like to feed the children, find a cure for disease, rebuild cities, and plant a lot of trees. I'd like to help the sick, build factories, give money to students, hospitals and galleries, but I'm afraid of the Russians. I can't sleep at night. So afraid of the Russians. Afraid we've got to fight. I'd like to go to space. Clean up rivers and lakes. Put everyone to work. Whatever it takes, but I'm afraid of the Russians. I can't sleep at night. So afraid of the Russians. Afraid we've got to fight. They've got ships at sea. They've got missiles in the air. Tanks on the border of Europe. And spies everywhere. I'd like to feed the children, find a cure for disease, rebuild the cities, plant a lot of trees, but I'm afraid of the Russians. I can't sleep at night. So afraid of the Russians. They've got to fight. They've got ships at sea. They've got missiles in the air. Tanks on the border of Europe. And spies everywhere. Spies everywhere. Spies everywhere. Spies everywhere.
Good afternoon. Cambridge Starter here. Can I help you, please?
Spies
Yes, please. I'd like to leave a message for your keeper.
Spies everywhere. missiles in the air, tanks on the border of Europe, and spies everywhere. Spies everywhere.
Bitte melden, hier ist das Hauptquartier. Melden Sie sich.
Yeah, I've enjoyed that song. It's nice to get that playing in my head. It's just, I can't get rid of it. I love it so much. Okay, back here. There we go. So there was also, back in the 60s, there was a movie called The Russians Are Coming. And it was 1966. It starred Carl Reiner. I guess he's no longer with us. And I was just remembering this when this whole thing came out. And then all of a sudden I realized that that was 51 years ago. So now, does anybody remember the movie? This is great. I always see these young people. So they must have watched it on late night. Anyway, so an overview of our session today is we're going to talk about why elections are important. When did this Russian stuff start? Where are we today with some of the recent Russian news? And the start of our story, which is before the Ruskies. And sorry about that. I have some friends. We'll talk about our collaboration, innovation and learning objectives. So it's very important that the election is secure, primarily to maintain the integrity of the process. And Rich is going to be talking a lot of that because that's what the Secretary of State owns in a lot part, but all the counties and municipalities do participate. So we need to make sure that the registration of the voter is correct and has integrity, that the votes are counted and that they're counted accurately and the results are reported properly. Then we need it to go smoothly because we don't want to see this result. So when did this Russian stuff start? So this is a screenshot of the WikiLeaks page. And you notice on there, the first line, you probably can't read it, but it's starting on Friday, 22 July 2016. So WikiLeaks had its revelations in July of 2016. And this particular group here, I'm going to play you a little short video from CrowdStrike, but they were hired by the DNC. So again, doing my own stunts here.
Well, President-elect Trump said yesterday and today again that you have to catch these hackers in the act. And actually, he may not be aware, he may not have been briefed that our firm CrowdStrike actually did catch them in the act. When the DNC hired us back in May, we actually came in and deployed our technology called Falcon on all the systems inside the corporate network. We actually watched these adversaries for a number of days and weeks as we were preparing to kick them out.
Who were these adversaries? Who were these people that were actually doing the hacking of the DNC?
There were two groups, two independently working groups that we associate with Russian intelligence agencies. One of them we associate with GRU, the primary military intelligence agency in Russia that is responsible for what in Russia they call active measures, disinformation campaigns such as this. They're also responsible for the takeover of Crimea. You may remember the little green men taking over military bases in Crimea. Putin had actually admitted that these were GRU operatives.
So that's pretty interesting. So back in, if you heard him, he said back in May, the DNC had hired him. But the breach, the posting on WikiLeaks wasn't until July. So, like, what's going on here? I think there's part of a story that we don't really fully know. And actually, since CrowdStrike, I've talked to people from Dell SecureWorks, and they take credit for doing the forensics work. And then not too long ago, we met with some people from FireEye, and they took credit for it as well. So every forensics firm that has something to sell will tell you, yeah, we did the DNC. And anyway, so it's pretty interesting. But that started the fray back in July, and then there were some that, oh, that was the wrong fray. Back in, we had a lot of the headlines started to come out, and it was just, one after the other. One of the presidential candidates at the time was encouraging the Russians to continue to hack the agencies, and then once was president-elect, denied the intelligence reports. This is one of my favorite headlines. This is from December of 2016. And then more recently, we see a lot of things here. And you'll notice on the picture that's on the upper left that one of those players, I believe it's the one holding the Iwo Jima flag, because this reminds me, this is going to be one of these classic photos, but that he's no longer in that group of people. Anyway, so we had some local news coverage, and I wanted to play another video for you. This is a news report that was done, and it features the players you see here. So on the left is Rich Schleip, who you see in front of you in person. Ben Schlur, who also works for the Secretary of State's office. And one of the things we discovered in this whole thing was that in order to work related to security for the Secretary of State, your last name must begin with SCHL. And that's one of their screening criteria. On the right, you see a picture of Amber McReynolds, who's the director of Denver's elections division and runs all the state-of-the-art stuff that we have. So one more trick for myself, and here we go.
About the security surrounding this year's election after the FBI launched an investigation into computer hacks in election offices in Illinois and Arizona. Fox 31's Joe St. George looking into what Colorado's doing to keep the election honest. Joe?
Well, Jeremy, so much of what we do nowadays involves computers, and that includes voting. So we were curious, are election officials worried hackers could change the outcome of our election? Perhaps your only concern about this election is not enough votes for your candidate.
We know that we have to be vigilant.
But inside the Colorado Secretary of State's office, election IT experts Ben Schlur and Rich Schleip say there is always another concern, someone possibly hacking this election, changing results with no one knowing.
We're pretty regularly thinking about it. I mean, we will be, before this general election, folks from our office will be out in each one of Colorado's counties.
Concerns intensifying after Arizona and Illinois election offices were hacked earlier this summer. The Washington Post reporting possible Russian involvement. Schleip says countless resources are spent not only to prevent a cyber attack, but also to know if one occurred.
Between the counties and us, we would know if something were to happen.
Inside Denver's election office,
voters should be assured that we're doing everything we can.
Director Amber McReynolds says voters have nothing to worry about.
They're not connected to any of the internet or any outside networks.
Revealing all of their election computers operate on an in-house network, no internet allowed. With every vote having a paper trail should questions arise.
We constantly evaluate and test our systems.
So while Russian hackers have been successful elsewhere, everyone we spoke to say Colorado is especially secure. And while hacking is possible, it's unlikely here.
And to be clear, the hacking efforts in other states involved hacking voter registration data, not necessarily changing the outcome of an election. Still, though, a lot of questions in the age of the hacker. Joe St. George, Fox 31. Yeah.
Yeah, so pretty cool. Just I want to point out that Amber is really very innovative, but she's also a very petite person. It may become more relevant later in the presentation, but she's about 5'2". Not that that matters really, does it? Anyway, so after those events, we had by December, we had the Joint Analysis Report that came out. We had President Obama issued a sanctions, and the reason he had issued these sanctions, and I'll just jump ahead here a little bit, was that we had an executive order previously that said that we would retaliate with sanctions or other appropriate means if there was an attack against U.S. infrastructure, critical infrastructure. Well, at the time, elections were not considered critical infrastructure. So President Obama modified that executive order, and elections then came into scope. Because it was because now they could do sanctions, and so they did sanctions against Russia right away. In the Joint Analysis Report, they outlined the techniques that were used to compromise the DNC, and basically it started off with phishing. And for some reason, everybody at the DNC was very concerned about reports on elections and the integrity of elections, and there was some research done at the Harvard Kennedy School for there was an Integrity of Elections project, and this Pippa Norris was one of the people that led that project. And this is a quote from her from on National Public Radio. She said, "Well, of course, this actually hit home personally because the Russian hackers actually took one of my papers on electoral integrity from the Harvard research paper, put in malware, and then sent it out under a false email, which looked as though it came from me or from Harvard." And so obviously, everybody was very interested in the integrity of the elections. The Russians packed up the paper with a little bit of extra payload, and that's how they got into the DNC, or one of the many ways that they did. Back in January, we had the Director of National Intelligence issued the a intelligence briefing that was basically a statement that all 17 intelligence agencies agreed that Russians were involved with that particular event. I'm going to have to zip through some of this here when the because I'm running over time. So I'm going to just point out that the Secretary of State for the state of Colorado disagrees with the designation of critical infrastructure, elections as critical infrastructure. So there is still some disagreement and discussion amongst various leaders in the country about whether or not elections should be critical infrastructure. So I want to be able to ask you if I can tell the story out of sequence, because Star Wars could do it, so I think I should be able to do it too. Our project was inspired back in April of 2006, long before any of this stuff happened. The reason that we were interested in this is because we were receiving threats and attacks from Anonymous, and we had a lot of issues to deal with Anonymous, and actually our director of marketing had asked, was there any way we could forecast attacks by malicious players, because they seem to always occur with important events. And so we sat down, and it didn't take me too long to think about that, and I said, oh, well, the elections would be a great time to hack us, and to try to throw things off course. And so that's when we started our particular project, and so we said, yeah, I got the great idea. And so in 2014, we had a lot of issues with the elections in terms of getting support from the state and from Secretary of State's office, and how things worked or weren't as smooth as they could have been. But we had issues like late at night, we'd call the state of Colorado, we get the voicemail of all the network people. We didn't know their numbers, we couldn't get help after hours, and then at some places that we were told that they actually shut down the registration database after midnight, not knowing that Denver needed to run all through the night in order to process ballots, because we have so many of them and to count them. So we actually run 3 shifts, and so trying to get the people to wake that up. So anyway, we had this idea that said, hey, what if we work directly with the Secretary of State, get some real-time data on the networks, and we brainstormed together. We reached out to Trevor's team, and of which Rich is part of, and we have then really collaborated, and for the first time ever, we had the county's technology team working directly with the state to exchange traffic data. So we did a whole bunch of work before the elections to prepare. We actually hired a pen tester even to look at our internal networks to make sure that they were isolated from the internet. There was a blog put up in TrustWave that said that Denver was one of these forward-looking cities, and well, I guess it's because I hired them. We actually created work papers because some of our compliance team are former IT auditors, and so we were able to document our evidence, and I kind of blurred that out so you can't see the question stuff, but it's basically a questionnaire of score against all of our controls. And when we had the signing of the acceptable use agreement, or policy, I know people have accused me of Photoshop, but that's Amber there with at the time our CIO. So I'm going to turn it over to Rich, and let's go.
So as Stephen shared, obviously the integrity of our elections is very important. We also want to protect our citizens' data and make sure it doesn't end up places it shouldn't. We want to report accurately on election night, so I'm going to go into that. Not only do we want to be reporting accurately, we want to ensure the news media is reporting accurately. So we had some great relationships established to make sure that happened. And we also wanted to provide a secure method to return your ballots, especially for our military and overseas voters. So one of the cool things that we are it didn't show up. Okay. We are third in the country as far as voter turnout percentage-wise. So that's a pretty impressive statistic. And we had some great UOCAVA numbers as well for military and overseas voters. So I have a question. I just got back from RSA. Who wants to save a lot of cash on the elections? I definitely want to save money. I'll go for that, and that makes sense. But they made a very good point. It's more important to me, rather than saving money, is to ensure the integrity of our data, ensure the integrity of our elections. And Bruce McConnell and Mark Weatherford at RSA, as you can see, made a very good point. Voting is the one item that guarantees all of our other rights. Without that, we don't have those other rights. So I think it's a pretty important thing that we invest in and that we make sure that we have secure. A side note, one of the things that we just learned, for instance, how many people use VirusTotal? Anyone use VirusTotal? Do you know that if you subscribe to VirusTotal, people can download your files? It's kind of interesting. People don't know that. I'll refrain from saying who owns VirusTotal because we're here right now. Did the Russians hack the election? Well, you know, that Bruce McConnell also at RSA pointed some stuff out. He said Russians provided misinformation, not so much a hack, which I think we've all come to that conclusion, and that was a good statement. We've also had that from the media or different foreign governments over time. This isn't the first time this has happened. Do you think we're always well informed? The media always tells us all the details and all the facts? Or do you think they manipulate it at times to present their side of the story? I don't know. I have my opinion. So the National Association of Secretaries of States recently on March 20th, timely, released some very good information basically saying the November 2016 election was not hacked. And I'm not going to read this. Obviously, you guys can read and you can look this up. This is online, just showing the different pieces of what happened. The fact that it was the Democratic National Convention. Yes, there was information that was released that affected things, but that's not necessarily hacking. Like, they didn't hack our voting systems. They aren't, as we pointed out, connected to the internet. The Russian intrusions into state and local election boards in 2016 were limited to 2 incidents that did not involve systems used in vote tallying. So we know those voter registration databases, like when you go in to get your driver's license, so on and so forth, where you register to vote, those databases were hacked in 2 states, and that's an issue, and that's a big concern of ours. We want to make sure that those databases are secure and that the information isn't out there or manipulated. Additionally, state voter registration systems were targeted by cyber hackers, but no additional systems were accessed or breached. Just over half of all states took advantage of voluntary cybersecurity assistance provided by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. Colorado was one of the first ones to sign up to work with Homeland Security to get the cyber assessments and to make sure that our systems were secure, and we're continuing to work with them to make sure that we have that relationship. Our highly decentralized, low connectivity elections process provides built-in safeguards against large-scale cyber attacks. However, states are strengthening their systems for future elections. There is no doubt that all of us, whether it's our infrastructure, our banking, our elections, all of these things need to be strengthened. I think all of us know that. Has anyone seen any hacker headlines on the news lately? I haven't noticed any. So we're going to continue to obviously make sure these systems are continuing to get better. We got to keep our guard up. We've got to make sure that we're paying attention to what people want. I was at a conference recently where I was told, you know, that the next generation is not going to care about their privacy. They are going to want to vote from their iPhone and make it really simple and just cast their vote. They won't care about that anonymity anymore. And I have a feeling that's not true. Could be wrong. Maybe I'm that old. I don't think I'm too out of touch. So we want to ensure the integrity of our election and that we have the checks and balances in place that we need. Our voting machines, where you vote, are not connected to the internet. That's the critical piece that a lot of people hopefully realize. Colorado, along with many other states, require all voting machines to produce an auditable paper trail, as we shared earlier. Random audits are performed against the results. Audits require 100% accuracy with no discrepancies. There isn't really one single hackable Colorado election system. This is very desperate. All the counties, by design, it's distributed. You can't just go in and it all gets housed in one spot. That's not the way the system is designed or works in any state. Results are reconciled by local bipartisan canvas boards. So there's a great quote here from Pam Anderson, the executive director of the Colorado County Clerks Association. On election day, paper records of votes are saved, chain of custody documents for ballots are created, video surveillance of vote counting is captured, and election monitors from both major parties are welcome to watch the process. I made this slide because in our last presentation, people were really still questioning voter registration system versus the voting machine. The guy in the middle is saying these don't cross. Voter registration system is where you can go and look up to see if someone's registered to vote. That is not connected to the voting machine where you cast your ballot. So how do we prepare for the election? As Stephen shared, communications is the big key. Homeland Security was a huge partner. The Office of Information Technology, OIT, was critical to our success. City and County of Denver, Jefferson County. We had great relationships with a number of these resources. Homeland Security provided an excellent portal where we could share information in real time of what was happening with the election if there was any incidents or issues. We had incident response plans, we had DDoS prevention in place, and we had communication plans with the different groups ready to go. We had actually had our developers at the Secretary of State write some custom code so that we could send out SMS text messages. I did learn, well, I don't know, a lesson learned still on here? So, you know, you do have to have different people in charge of looking at what went wrong and the people sending the text messages out, but we'll go into that later. We started a Colorado Threat Information Sharing Network, which we're still working on improving with several partners so that we can share localized information with all the counties and local governments on threats that are happening that are affecting us way before we receive other alerts, is our hope. We also, Lynn Bartels, anyone that knows her, she made sure I was very prepared to have multiple press releases for any type of incident that may occur. Whether that be ransomware or a DDoS attack, we had the press releases ready to go ahead of time because you don't want to be trying to write a press release or a communication in the middle of an incident. We monitored Twitter feeds, podcasts, and various news websites with the help of City and County of Denver and OIT. We had real-time network monitoring between the counties and voter registration systems. We used a tool called Superset, open source, to actually be able to graph in real time the network connections to all the counties. And we worked with Homeland Security, of course, that provided the cyber hygiene assessments. Now, we were already doing these, but I'm not going to turn down additional information. What if my services that I'm already paying for are missing it? I want other people to be looking at it. We had internal penetration testing, web application penetration testing, load testing, static code analysis, and we even had volunteers, government cybersecurity experts, that volunteered on election day to help us monitor our systems that were actually in our NOC. So that goes through some of the collaboration that we had, but I know we're running short on time. So I thought this was interesting, also shared at RSA, some of our voting equipment used so old that it's actually improving our security because no one knows how to hack it? Well, that's not true in Colorado, okay? But I thought it was a pretty apt statement at times. So the citizens' voter registration data. Counties are required to harden their systems and secure them. We also, as the Colorado Department of State, provides free data exfiltration detection software to the counties that they can put on any of their voter registration systems. All counties go under a security audit. Everyone that uses our voter registration system has also gone through cybersecurity training. As I shared, we've also got election night reporting. That was something we were monitoring very closely because we wanted to make sure that the information that the media was getting on how the election was actually going was accurate. That could impact an election, right? Maybe, maybe not, it shouldn't, but people are watching the news and determining whether they're going to go down to the polls or not. We also had, of course, our secure ballot return system that we had put up. We didn't want people being forced to return their ballots via email. We wanted them to have a method where they could send those ballots in securely over SSL. So going up to the election, we had a lot going on. We had the attacks being reported by the Russians. We had people claiming on Twitter that they hacked election systems. We had universities just a couple days before Election Day going through social experiments, sending suspicious emails out that took us a lot of investigation time to make sure there wasn't a problem. At that same time, we had reports of systems being hacked and that there was links in those emails possibly with malicious content. All those things ended up not being true for the most part. There was a hacked website, and we followed up on that, out of state's control. How many people heard about DDoS attacks right before the election? Had anyone heard about any of that? So we had Dyn DNS, a terabyte attack. We had Brian Krebs being attacked. They had Mariah malware going rampant, and we're still dealing with that on the Internet of Things devices. So with those DDoS attacks, how many people thought we were not going to go through a DDoS attack on Election Day? I thought there was no way it wasn't going to happen. And so we had talked to our upstream ISPs, we had talked with OIT, and we had systems in place to prevent or help mitigate that type of situation. We're still working on that because I think that that's a relevant threat for all of us. All right, I'm going to turn it over to James.
So since you've heard all of that, you can imagine I was as nervous as a long-tailed cat in a rocking chair store. They came together and said, tonight's election day night, we're going to talk about what we're going to be doing, and they said, can you help us? I said, sure. So let's think about some of the things we can bring to the table to really look at stuff. The first thing is we brought a couple of things to the table from an operational perspective. So I run the Security Operations Center at the City and County of Denver, and the very first thing I brought to the table was ELF. This is kind of something right off the table. We started looking at Twitter feeds. And everyone said, what are you going to find at a Twitter feed? Well, we picked a couple of keywords, elections, Denver, Colorado. Some of those words we were able, over the 2 weeks we were monitoring, we brought in 60 some odd gigs of Twitter feeds, and we were looking at that. Twitter feeds are kind of an interesting thing to look at. They're amorphous, you can't really tell what's going on, but they are a really good pulse of what's happening. If things start picking up and going crazy, it kind of gives you an idea that there's something going on out there that you need to be paying attention to. So it's kind of that paramedic thing. Is the patient still breathing? Yeah. Is the patient breathing faster? There might be something going on there. So we were using that kind of as that type of gauge. Geophilia is a location-based analytics tool. We didn't use it quite as much as I wanted to, but that was giving us an idea of where things were coming from. As Rich pointed out, Homeland Security was so kind to let us use their Security Information Network, which was a collaboration tool. It allowed us to share across all of our organizations. So that evening, and I'll show a picture here shortly, of all of the different SOCs and folks who are all sitting together, and we're all talking together, looking at the same information collectively and collaboratively. If there's one thing that I can bring to the table I think is most important is communication. Oddly enough, all the cool technology was lots of fun. The telephone was probably the most important part. We all got on the same conference call. We were all talking. We were all looking at the same piece of information. The list of names and cell phone numbers. Who would think to have that, right? I mean, who calls who when things are broken, right? SMS text messaging, and I think probably the most unique piece in Denver is the HHM. I'll get into it a little bit here, but that Louis Vuitton is probably the most sensitive system that we have in detecting problems in our network. We built the Elk stack on a new piece of equipment we had, so we were doing some testing there. This is Steve in front of the Oracle Cloud Appliance. It's an elastic system that allows us to grow quickly and has some good compute power behind it.
I take my own selfies.
He does. It's really quite interesting. Right there in front of the big P for private cloud appliance. On election days, all sorts of crazy things were happening. So I'm sitting in the command center, and I hear on the conference call the fire alarm's going off at Rich's place. At the same time, across from me, I have the City and County of Denver Police Department, and they're saying things that aren't what they're saying, and I'm going, okay, what's going on here, right? And we're trying to pay attention to all the different pieces. We had the Emergency Operations Center activated, so we had all the City and County of Denver emergency folks sitting in the EOC, watching to make sure other crazy things weren't going on. While all that's all happening, some wonderful person decided in City Park to launch a drone and flew that over everything, so we had the police chasing after this. Mind you, this is all while we're trying to pay attention to what's really going on with the election systems. These are all ancillary things kind of driving us off our main game. And then, of course, Microsoft had to have their fun day, which was, we're going to pick the election day as being Patch Tuesday, which, of course, means, Crash Wednesday. So we backed off patching all of our systems just to make sure that we weren't going to be there, but we patched some of the internal systems. This is the command center that we stood up. Let's see here if I can get a pointer going on here. So along the back of the room, we had some of the really critical sets of information. Again, here's the City and County of Denver Police that we had there. Scott Cardenas, the Chief Information Officer. This is me being nervous and trying to hunt down all the craziness pieces. So we're all sitting in here and trying to pay attention to what's going on. And downstairs is a melee. It's crazy going down there. You got the mayor talking, you have the news, you have people coming in. I damaged my ballot. I need to get a new ballot. I need to do all this stuff. So all this stuff is happening downstairs. And we're watching the HISN portal. And the HISN portal is, this is that portal that Rich put together, which really kind of shared across all the pieces here. And you really can't see the list here, but the list of people watching is really quite substantial. It's across the state, across the network, including the city and county, and Rich. We have a cool little chat log here of things. Hey, are you seeing what's going on? So forth and so on. The colors here are interesting. This is monitoring checking of voter registration. So when the ballot comes in, they peel the tab off where you signed your ballot, and then they check the signature against the voter registration. If those two things check out, then the ballot moves on. But your identity and the ballot separate at that point. And once that happens, anonymity goes one way, and your ballot trace goes the other. So we have to check to make sure that happens before the ballot goes into the counting room. So the yellow here is indicating lookups. We're actually doing queries and checking to make sure that things are happening and everything is going well. Of course, I'm the type of guy who, since I'm a security guy, I don't trust anything. I check it myself. So we have the Twitter feeds running back here for the words rigged and so forth, and I'm making sure that nothing, no craziness is kind of coming in through the Twitter world, because if you can imagine, if someone turns around and says they ran out of ballots at 4th and Downing, you can imagine how that can change people's ability to go and move. This is a great node map. It's not as pretty as I'd like to show you, but every one of our voting centers we had full monitoring on. I could tell what the networks were looking like. I could see what the systems were doing, and if there were any anomalies, we were detecting them and showing them here. We used WebUOC for all of our environments. This is something that Amber put together. So all of her folks, if they had an incident or a problem, they would report it in this. This is how we would all know what was going on from all the independent voting centers and all the judges or election judges out in the field. This is something that we put together. So of course, we're security guys, so I like to check from my side. Rich is checking from his side. So what I'm going to show you here is this little dark spot over here. I'm a scientist, so this means a lot to me, and it looks like it's a smudge on your folks, but where there's smoke, there's fire. So in this case, there's a lot of smoke. And 29 minutes into a particular, or I should say, about 3 o'clock, we had an outage. And Steve had come down to the EOS, to the command center. We were sitting there, we were doing our check-in, and we kind of were talking back and forth. The network looks good. Things are happy. I remember we were calling one of my colleagues, and we're all getting a thumbs up, and you hear this click, 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 and Amber turns around the corner looking panicked. She's like, the network is down. And we're like, what, huh? No, it's all up. And she had sent a text from downstairs. She had made it from downstairs to upstairs, across the building, like twice, in there to tell us that the network was down before we were able to detect it. Now, she's about this tall, and she's wearing those Louis Vuittons. I can't imagine how quickly she could get there. But what you're seeing here was a fault in the internal system.
She sent you a text.
She did, and the text showed up after her, by the way, just so you know. Because she said, I texted you. And I'm like, what, who, and then bing. But we did have a bit of an outage where, as you can see here, and Rich was so kind, we were having a login problem. You can see the queries and processing were happening, and then we kind of got stuck in the logins, and they cleared the congestion, and we went back to processing. And so this was reported on that evening. It really did kind of all give us kind of some indigestion. It started making us think, what are some backup problems? What is the issue? Is this a DDoS? Is this, you go down the line of all the different possibilities when this is happening. But since we were on the communication, the anxiety was reduced. People were recognizing where the problem was fast. We were able to bring back the panic of what's actually going on to, no, we got this. We understand what's happening. We're pretty sure where it's at. We know that this is not malicious and nasty. You don't have to send out all the drones and all the crazy stuff to protect our systems. Then we returned back to normal. Steve, this little map up here is indicating election judge satisfaction. So where the more green is better, you can see that we were seeing some pressure during the events, where we were having some frustrations, as I said. But shortly thereafter, throughout the night, we were, it was a beautiful evening. Although the anxiety was always there. Now, there's a lot of other stuff that's going on in our world, and a whole bunch of success factors that no one thought of. Now, mind you, Steve said, hey, let's think about this way in the beginning. I think the most important success factor that no one thought of was we didn't ask the legal department how to do this. So we just decided we were going to do it ourselves. And that's probably, in hindsight, probably not the smartest thing we could have done. But in foresight, it was probably the best thing that we could have done. It allowed us to actually do some of these things and get into collaboration. As security guys, you know, I want to know all the information, but I don't want to share mine. And I think that's true with all of us. But in this case, we were able to get down, share a lot of information, recognize that collaboration is the key, recognize that that's really where the meat is at, and bring us all together.
All right, thank you, James. So as James just highlighted, and Rich had highlighted some of our lessons learned, that make sure you have the right resources, we have proper communication channels, alternate physical locations. As what happened is that the fire alarm went off where the Secretary of State were. They had no idea what to do. They had to evacuate and didn't have another place to go to, but fortunately it was a false alarm. And we're able to get back. And then, so to answer the question, should we be afraid of the Russians? Well, let's not necessarily be afraid. We should be perhaps guarded, and not just them. Let's not forget about the Chinese and that guy in New Jersey who might be sending you some phishing email. Have you ever seen the Russian nesting dolls? It's really, they're a wonderful work of art. And, you know, my son studied in Russia when he was at DU. And he brought me this doll back, and I thought, wow, you know, I should just show this because we're talking about the Russians. And so, you know, you take the doll apart, and then you have another doll inside, and you take that one apart, and there's yet another one inside. And you take that one apart, and there's yet another one inside. And again, and by the time you're done with this, you've got 5 Russians that just show up. So this is probably how they are going to built-in security. But I look at this last guy, and I think he's wearing a wire. So with that, thank you very much. Any questions? We have a couple minutes. 4 minutes.
As far as legal, you learned that you should have brought the legal team early on, but what was the epiphany? What was the one thing you learned from legal that would have been a huge contributor to your success?
Well, I'll answer the negative question, not the one you just asked, and that was the thing that we learned was that legal was interested in the data, and can we share this data between two counties, which really got in our way. What I didn't mention was Jefferson County put a sensor at their border so that we could watch Jefferson County's border to see if what we were seeing at our border was something they were seeing. Jeffco said, sure, we're going to do that. We had asked another county to do that, and their answer was, oh, no, we got to get legal involved in this, and they wanted to go to, we have to have an intergovernmental agreement and all these other things because we can't possibly share, you know, firewall logs with you. So I guess the negative answer is we were able to do it because we didn't ask them. The positive answer is if we're going to do it, we have to engage, you know, at the speed of government way early before we can do that, so we can get these intergovernmental agency agreements in place.
And chain of custody did not come up.
Chain of custody did not come up. We are not, in our environment, we're not looking at URLs or anything like that. We're looking at straight firewall logs. So we're looking at IP addresses and ports. We're looking for indication of actors, not necessarily who the actors are.
Any other questions? Oh, yes, sir.
Yeah, so as you spun up those resources and actually started hacking against the data, was there any sustainable things that you saw from that particular event in terms of busting into protection, busting for visibility of the network? So in no small entities, during the threat of an attack, during an attack, everyone gets behind security, but that residual drop-off, how do you guys keep people in their security mission?
Yeah, so yeah, you're right. There was an awful lot of interest in the security measures. I think when I would meet with various people in the city for other types of duties, you know, people would ask, you know, so like, what are you working on? I would say the elections, and they said, I do not want your job. So there was a lot of recognition for how big that task might have been. And in the end, we felt we were prepared in every way that we could be. And elections do continue, but you're right, there's, it kind of falls off, but fortunately, current discussions keep it very timely. But the interest was very sustained and important.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
15 seconds.
The clock's fast up there.
Apparently.
Yeah.
Seats, please. So, once again, welcome. Hope you're enjoying your day and hope you're learning some interesting things. Once again, I'd like to thank our sponsors. If you haven't visited our sponsors, I would ask you to do so. Today, we're lucky to have Colorado Interactive, Form Assembly, DocuSign, Salesforce, Marketing Cloud, Google, GTRI, Five9, Kofax. Kofax has gone under many names. You might ask some of the names that Kofax is if you don't recognize Kofax, but they're a great sponsor, have been for a number of years. iStonish, Genesis, Next Exam, Tempest Nova, and FirstNet. Again, I want to thank them personally for making today possible. Hopefully everybody is finding ample food. We wanted to make sure there was plenty for everyone. Again, I want to invite you to join us this afternoon at the Awards and Grant Assembly. We'll have, after so many sessions during the day, we're probably all ready for an adult beverage, so that will be available at 4 o'clock at the conclusion of our sessions. This is a strange deal. I'm going to introduce the introducer, which is a kind of a funny way to do it. But I'd really like to take this opportunity to publicly thank ex-state representative Greg Rippey. Greg has been such a wonderful friend and advocate and mentor to SIPA since its inception back in 2004. Greg was responsible for the original legislation that made SIPA happen. I think Senator Ron May and Senator, at that point, Representative Bill Cadman were the three that really formed together and put SIPA together with that vision. So I owe them all a great debt of thanks. So without further ado, please let me introduce the introducer, my friend Greg Rippey.
Thanks. I love that question. In the last session, why can't the politicians follow the same rules? And man, it's really true. But we need to hold them accountable, so we need to. It is my distinct honor and pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker this afternoon. We are here to welcome Executive Director of Department of Local Affairs, who was appointed by Governor Hickenlooper, Executive Director Halter. Director Halter is a veteran with over 32 years in the United States Air Force, where he was a combat veteran fighter and rose to the rank of Major General. He and his wife of 37 years, Judy, are natives of southern New Jersey, grown up on family farms. Irv graduated from the Air Force Academy and Judy from the University of Denver in 1977. Irv's career took him around the globe with over 14 years of overseas assignments, culminating in senior positions at the Academy, the National Reconnaissance Office, and Joint Staff in Washington, D.C. And just as importantly to me, I served with him on the board of directors of SIPA and enjoyed that time very much. But please help me welcome Executive Director Irv Halter.
Thanks, Greg. Well, thank you, Greg, and thank you, Jack. Thank you all for being here. The sponsors, I was afraid I was going to have to throw all those names out, but Jack did a good job of doing that. And it really is a great honor both to serve the governor and the state of Colorado and its people over the last couple years now. It'll be 2 years, the 1st of May, that I took that job. Also, obviously, the 32 years I spent in the service. You know, it's interesting, when Jack first asked me to do this, I was going, oh, what am I going to talk about? And I've got plenty to talk about, but really I do come from an interesting background. So not only my military background, but I was an executive with the Computer Sciences Corporation, which was at that time a Fortune 125 company. It's kind of been broken up since, running their largest division, about $750,000 a year, or $750 million a year in business, and mainly working in things having to do with IT, and which was amazing because I'm not an IT guy. When they hired me, I asked him, I said, you do know, I'm a fighter pilot history major, and, I don't know crap about IT except how to turn on my computer and use Microsoft Word. And the guy who recruited me said, trust me, we have plenty of people that know about computers. We actually need a history major fighter pilot. So it actually worked out okay. The other thing is, it was a great thing to be a general in the Air Force. I will warn you, though, general, the word is actually chosen very specifically. It talks about somebody who is a generalist, and generalists tend to know a lot about a lot of things, a little bit about a lot of things, and my wife will confirm that I know very little about a lot of things. So it's a great opportunity to do this. For those of you who don't know what DOLA does, I'm not going to give you a big advertisement about it, but it is a unique system. The Department of Local Affairs is unlike CDOT or corrections or something like that, things that all states have. DOLA has just come through its 51st year of operations, and it is uniquely set to focus on local government and local priorities. And so we have a division of local government, we have the division of housing with the State Housing Authority for low, moderate income and homeless work, the division of property taxation, which has been playing a big role this year, given the reset of the residential assessment rate, which you don't know much about, but trust me, you want to know something about. Those who are in local government are very happy that we were able to kind of get that number a little different through refining our processes. But the fact is, we touch a lot of things locally, and we're mainly focused, aside from the housing side, on rural communities. We have a joint responsibility with SIPA, which is why I'm on the board, because much of what Jack and his team does, along with obviously their partner CI, is really focused on smaller local governments and giving them the ability to really focus more and more on the things that they need to do in this modern society when everybody expects, whether you're Denver or if you're Rifle, that your local government is fully connected and easy to access. And they should expect that. And so SIPA has been a big part of that, and that's why I'm on the board. A few things. So I don't have any slides today. My remarks will stray a little bit, but hopefully it will make a coherent whole at the end. First, I want to talk about my boss, Governor Hickenlooper. Again, I got to meet him when I was running for office, and he and I were on the same ballot. He succeeded. I came in second, which means you had to go back and find a job, and so he hired me. It's really one of the things he's very much focused on, as is the entire cabinet and all my teammates on the cabinet. Lieutenant Governor Lynn, who's been a great add to our team and really helped focus us on this. I just finished getting to my 64th county 2 weeks ago. So I've been to all 64, and I'm talking not passing through official visits to the communities in those counties or their county seat. And then, but following close behind me, who's only got started a year after I did, is Lieutenant Governor Lynn, who tonight will get her 64th county. So if you think I'm fast, she's a lot faster. But it really does show that we're very focused on rural communities. And why is that? Well, Colorado has made an incredible recovery from the Great Recession. And this is one of those things, I don't know why we call it great, but because it wasn't so great, and we remember that. But the fact is, for the population, basically from Fort Collins down to Colorado Springs, Pueblo area, the 85% of us that live there in Colorado, the recovery is pretty good. Things have gone well. Yeah, you're probably paying more taxes because your house is more expensive, but you know what? You've gained wealth in this society. Unfortunately, that's not true for much of Colorado. This has been a very uneven recovery. Most usually are, but this one, a lot of analysts are saying now that this is actually one of the most uneven and really more focused on cities than on smaller communities. And we are very familiar with that. It's been exacerbated, by the way, by the fact that we've had lower commodity prices, and many of these communities are either extraction commodities like oil, gas, and coal, or they're based on agricultural commodities. So if you don't know it, we talk a lot about coal country and things like that, and we should, but the Eastern Plains are suffering heavily right now because prices for grains and for beef are at historic lows. And the problem for a lot of these communities, of course, is they're not as diverse as the whole state is. So whereas in the 70s and 80s, when oil and gas collapsed here, it really affected the whole state. Now when oil and gas prices go down or coal sees a dip, it affects those communities, but the whole state kind of soldiers on and moves forward. And so we spend a lot of time, and way more time than 15%. So if we were only worried about the population, we'd only spend 15% of our time on this. But we spend a lot of time both with the Department of Local Affairs, but also a lot of our partners, the Office of Economic Development, OIT, we work very closely with them, CDLE, so Labor and Employment, trying to come up with answers and suggestions on how we keep these communities whole and vibrant. And when folks talk about this, one of the things you need to know is 24 of our 64 counties have actually seen a loss of population since the beginning of the recession in 2008. Now, some of those declines were already occurring, but others have been either added to that or accelerated. The problem is once you start losing your economic base in a community, then a lot of things start to happen. The schools start to depopulate, and that's one of the first signs that you see because people are moving out, families aren't there anymore. The population actually gets older because the people who stay tend to be people who don't either have a choice or want to make sure that they spend their final days in their hometown. So one of the things we frequently hear, and I've heard this on the Eastern Plains, I've heard it in the mountains, I've heard it on the Western Slope, down in the South and the Valley and places like that, and they all say it. It's like they've all read from the same script because they're all seeing it. And they basically say our major export is our kids. And it's pretty sad because these are great, vibrant communities. And when people talk about why we do what we do with small communities and with rural areas, I always remind them that the big why is not all altruistic. When people come to Colorado, and people are coming to Colorado in droves, we own the demographer for the state. And so she's just down the hall, Elizabeth Garner. She's terrific. If you've never heard her talk and you know she's going to talk someplace, go watch her because she's going to wow you. But Elizabeth and her team are counting people all the time, and she's literally down the hallway from me, and I shout about every 2 weeks, Elizabeth, are they still coming? And he said, yep, they're still coming. So in the last 2 years, we've gained 190,000 in population in this state. So we've gone from 5.3 to 5.5 million during that time. In the last 10 years, or excuse me, the last 7 years, we've gained 500,000 people. It's a 10% increase in that short period of time. Most of that population resides, again, either on the I-25 corridor or the I-70 corridor. But when people come here, and truth in lending, about 30% of that population is more babies than dead people, but the rest of it is people that came here. So 70% of that population is people migrating to Colorado from other states and other countries. So if you think about that, when somebody says, I think I want to move to Colorado, I hear things are happening there, and things are, they don't think about living in Aurora. And by the way, if Mayor Hogan was here, I'd say, Mayor Hogan, I love Aurora. They don't think about living, in Littleton. They don't think about living even possibly in Colorado Springs. They think about Colorado, the idea. So they may live in those places, and they may be very, very happy, and they may work from there. But people come to Colorado because of the idea of Colorado. And the idea of Colorado is mountains. And it's the Grand Mesa. And it's quirky, beautiful Durango. And it's neat. And if you've never seen the sunrise on the Eastern Plains, being in Fort Morgan, you got to do it. Because I get to travel the whole state, and I'm telling you, it's a wonderful, great place. People say that, but a lot of them haven't been to all the places I've been, and I'm telling you, go do it. Go do all 64 counties. It will amaze you. But that's what people come here for. And so when I talk to folks about why we're so anxious to preserve these communities, because, state's full of ghost towns. So, economic things happen, and towns devolve, and communities, go away. But we're trying to keep them because, frankly, I'm going to spend the rest of my life in Colorado, and I do live on the Front Range, and I don't want the next 4 million people to come to the Front Range. We want them to spread out across this great state, and a lot of them want to do that. But they're not going to do that unless they can be connected to the modern world. And that's where the work that DOLA does, many of our partners do, certainly where SIPA fits in on this. I think it's very important that that's why we do this. So there's a practical reason behind this. This isn't just being nice to Coloradans. The governor has the state focused on a few things: our people, our economy, communities, and our environment. Those are the four big segments, and we have charts and stuff, and this is a very data-driven governor and a very data-driven government. But along those things, there are subtitles to these, and some of them are closing the attainment gap in education, which is a huge problem all over the country and a very huge problem in Colorado. We want to align resources and improve access to information in the workforce ecosystem. In other words, create jobs. I don't know why we use all those words to say that, but creating jobs is still a big part of what we're doing. Improving access and affordability of health care, huge topic. And again, hugely topical in rural and mountain Colorado, okay? If you live in Denver, don't complain around somebody on the western slope about your health premiums. Do not do it. You will get hit, okay? Because they are really suffering. They have now health premiums on the western slope and other places that equal a mortgage for a $300,000 and $400,000 house, okay? This is where they are. And so I get to know all this because I spend so much time with them. But access to that kind of capability is very, very important. And it's going to be, and already is, enabled by high-speed broadband and by the ways that we connect things. I always talk about, the strings in a can. We're the string. Used to play that, the strings in a can. And it works. I love it. Played it with my son. It still works. But we're not the can guys. SIPA and other organizations, private and public sector, are the folks that put the things on the end. We're the guys, along with a lot of other folks in the private and public sector, that are working the string piece. But you got to have both of those pieces or good things don't happen. And so, underpinning all this, the broadband part that we work on is, not just about whether you have broadband, but it has to be reliable. It has to be high speed. And it has to be redundant. And it has to be, most of all, affordable. We have private sector companies that will give you high-speed broadband in places, and I'm not complaining about this, but the price, if it's 10 times what somebody pays in Denver, that's irrelevant, because nobody can afford that. Not in Denver, and they certainly can't afford it out in a lot of our rural areas. As you know, the governor has stated that he has a goal to get us 100% connected as a state by 2020. That's a little after his time, because he'll leave in January 2019, as will I. But we have a plan for that. It takes resources, and we're working on that. Right now, it's about 70% connectivity in the state. We think we'll be 85% by the end of the governor's term in January 2019. And again, we think we have a road and a path to get that last 15%. But we also know that that's going to be very difficult, because the low-hanging fruit has pretty much been picked. And in the topography that we live in Colorado, and the distances that we have to travel, because I go to counties that are bigger than states in the east, trying to get that all connected to every person is a huge imperative, but it is very, very difficult. We, in DOLA, set aside, we manage the Energy Impact Grant Fund. So that goes up and down with, because it comes basically from severance taxes, so it goes up and down with the price of oil and gas. Last year, we gave about $105 million. The year before that, about the same amount across the state, mainly focused on rural and small areas. This year, it'll probably come out to be about $50 million. But that's a result of the oil and gas prices being depressed. We kind of follow that about a year and a half later with not having as much money. We already see exploration and extraction activities increasing, as we had predicted they would. Another year or so, we'll be back in a good shape. But when we were in good shape a few years back, my predecessor set aside $20 million to not compete with the other things that communities need, like water and sewer systems and courthouses and all the other things that we support, but to really focus on this idea of broadband. And we did it because the communities asked for it. It wasn't, we've had some, we'll say, discussions, frank discussions with some of our private sector friends who accused us of trying to take over their business, and we were not. That wasn't our goal. But you can't ask communities to keep waiting and waiting and waiting when the world's passing them by, especially when economically they're already in dire straits. If they're going to diversify, they have to have high-speed, reliable, affordable broadband. So far, we spent 17.3 of that $20 million. We will spend the rest of it here probably within the next year. Initially, a lot of it was for just regional plans. We require people to work in regions. We don't give a grant just to a town. We want them to work these plans and regions, and they are almost all done. Regardless of what funding source becomes, a lot of these plans will be the backbone for how we actually resource. So if there are federal funds available, which there have been some rumors that there will be, or if there are other funds from the state that are available, these plans will serve as the backbone for those capabilities. It is connection to middle mile infrastructure. So we call community anchor points. So these can be schools, hospitals, public safety buildings, other, whether it's your road and bridges, whatever, all those kinds of things. Those are what we are trying to help them. We don't buy it for them. We make grants to the communities. They match the money. They have to match it by at least 50%. We then build these loops together, and once they're there, then they can also lease some of those lines, if they wish, if they own them, to private folks who then can go to curb. So, basically businesses and folks who are, basically private citizens. But this has seen a lot of great work. I'll talk about that in a second. It also promotes the statewide access to services. So, of course, SIPA's had a lot to do with the services that both the Department of Regulatory Agencies, the Department of Revenue, and others have gotten out there, and so that's been very useful. And again, it's the whole idea, it's great to have a great website, but if somebody in the mountains can't get to it and they need to get a driver's license, it's not of much use to them. It's basically string without the cans. I think everybody in this room, everybody in the other rooms that are listening, if you're still eating your food, I think, you would agree that it's a given that broadband has become the essential new infrastructure of this century. Just like roads, electricity, all those things have been in the past. It is absolutely, you cannot be somebody, you cannot run a business, you can't do anything, no matter what the size of it is, if you don't have an online presence. That's just the way it is. And I mentioned earlier, it's essential to stabilize these communities that we're so concerned about that are seeing some of this downward spiral. Many of them have taken advantage of it. We have some 1 gig towns now, thanks to the work we've done and that they've done. Rangeley, Meeker, yes, Rangeley and Meeker. We've had Paonia, and now Delta should come on later this month or next month. They're very close to that now. Those were projects that we helped fund. But I'm happy that we were able to help them, but the fact is they leaned into this. Our friends up there in Meeker, Rangeley, that whole county, so Rio Blanco County, basically decided that this was going to be huge for them. And so they unlike most, they said, we're not going to work on roads on this, we're going to put most of our request into this. And darned if they don't have 2 1 gig cities. And darned if, big surprise, businesses are now knocking on their door talking about, we think we might want to move here. Okay? And it won't be some big business that just solves all their problems right away, but it'll be a series of things, and these start building slowly but surely, and then what happens is next is you suddenly see these places take off. Delta County is another one of our heroes. Huge part of coal country. You've seen a lot of the articles recently, the Denver Post. It's all true. It's affected them greatly. I'm not going to talk about the reasons for it because there are a lot of them. They're economic, they're regulatory, there are a bunch. But the fact is they know that the world's changing around them, especially now at a time when we have cheap natural gas resources and plenty of them. And so they've made a choice to dig in and start really trying to figure out how they diversify their local economy. And we and our friends in OEDIT and others have been the ones that have been there trying to help them, business loans, other work, and especially on the broadband side. If things like this don't happen, if we don't get here, this is the kind of stuff that really happens. And I can give you examples and upon examples, but I'll just give you a couple. When I first got into this business, I was talking to a fairly good-sized town down in the Southwest. I won't name names. And we were talking about broadband, and they said, yes, we're absolutely fully into this. And I said, well, yeah, I can see it. I can see where your investments. No, you don't understand. This matters. This is life and death to us. I said, well, okay, don't get too dramatic. No, you don't understand. So let me give you an example. She said, the woman I was talking to, she said, we have been trying to get a special ed teacher of high caliber in our town, this locality, for the last couple of years. We finally found a woman from the East Coast. She wanted to move here. She was ready to come. She signed the initial contract. We were still working out some of the finals on this, and then she called us one day and said, I'm not coming. And we were heartbroken. We said, why? She said, well, my husband. Well, what about your husband? Well, we've checked. You guys don't have high-speed internet. Well, yeah, but, we're working. No, you don't understand. I don't make enough as a teacher to support our family. My husband writes code for Silicon Valley. If he doesn't have that, we can't come. And so they lost him. That's just one story, but there's plenty of them like it that I've heard. That's why this is so important. The governor in his State of the State address this year used an example that we provided him. There are places in our state where kids are huddled over their laptops in the parking lot of the library at night after it closes in order to be able to do their schoolwork, because that's the only place where the high-speed internet, some of the stuff that we've provided through the SIPA mini grants, is in their community. If you live on the Front Range, you don't understand what this means because you take it for granted. But if you've lived other places in this state, you know that this is life and death to these communities. They cannot wait any longer for this, and that's why we're so engaged with it. Of course, the string and the cans have to be redundant. And more important, they have to be secure. And I was listening to the cybersecurity discussion here. Before I was cheating on you, Jack, I was over at the Route 50 conference, and they were talking about cybersecurity. It's everything. By the way, first thing about cybersecurity, it's about you. If you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 as your password, you're a criminal in my world, okay? And look, I know what I'm talking about here more ways than most people do. I was the Vice Director of Ops for the Joint Staff working for Admiral Mullen. The last 3 months I was on active duty, I was the Acting Director of the J3 Operations Joint Staff. That means any operation we're involved in, defensive and offensive, of all kinds, things that you see and things that you don't, we were involved in. First thing I'll tell you, you only know about 50% of what's going on in the world on any given day, and you should be glad. Second thing is, I know what we can do, and I know what others can do, and that information is now 8 years old, and and it still scares me. So I'm not trying to be frightening here, but the work we're doing, building in cybersecurity, isn't an attachment that you add. This is you, and it's about you as people as well. This is a huge part of the world that you're living in. And even if you are in a small town or government, I know a town, again, I won't name it, but they remotely control their water system, which is way up a mountain from down in the town. The guy showed me how he did it. I said, is this secure? He said, I hope so. I mean, he thinks it is, but he's not sure. The fact is, because of the way their water system is set in this town, there are days in the winter you can't get to it. If they can't do that, there's no water. It's, try a day without water, okay? Winter, summer, or any other time. It ain't fun. So that's why this is very important for folks to know what's going on. And I would also tell you that, the governor's taken some actions in this area. You know about the National Cyber Security Center down in Colorado Springs. If you don't and you haven't heard about it, you go online, check it out. There's 3 main pillars to this, and this was developed intentionally. The governor pushed it this way, along with a lot of smart people that were working with them. They have a rapid response center, so this is for both private sector and public sector. If it goes to hell in a handbasket, you have somebody to call that can actually help you get through what's going on with you. And again, this is all in development, but a lot of it is already set up. The Cyber Research and Education and Training Center, so we got a lot of big brain people trying to figure out how do we build the workforce. I don't know if you know this, but down in Colorado Springs, there's thousands, literally, of cyber jobs that are empty right now because we don't have a trained workforce to take them, because it's one of the cyber hubs in the industry. So that's a big part of it. But the one that you want to remember, if you're a local government official, is the Cyber Institute. The Cyber Institute's whole point of existing, and the governor insisted on this happening, it wasn't my idea, it was his, is that we had some place where people can actually go in and get trained and counseled, local government officials, on how to deal with issues regarding cybersecurity and also what to do when something doesn't go right. We are working now, in fact, I know Henry Sobanet's coming over later today. He and I are talking about possibly carving out a small portion of our funds to provide scholarships to communities on a 50-50 basis, again, just like we do with a lot of other grants, to try to get people into these classes because we think it's that important. So none of these things by themselves will solve anything if people still click on, stuff they shouldn't click on. But it's good for you to understand that, we're all targets, both as communities and, frankly, as people. I know later on today I'm going to participate with Jack in handing out the cyber mini grants. I commend SIPA, and as a board member, I'm glad that we do this. The grants you'll hear today, at $3,000, $4,000, $5,000, it won't seem like a lot. Let me tell you, in a lot of the communities you go to, that's like gold. Because it doesn't take a lot to do a lot of the things that they need to, and they're very creative. And so if you're here and you're going to be getting one of these today, congratulations, because the first thing is you applied, and you applied because you knew you needed help. And that's good. That's recognition that you think this is an important part of what you do. Obviously, we talk about websites. DOLA is a proud owner of a CI-engineered via SIPA website, which we love. It's changed our world. We changed it about 1.5 years ago, and nothing's been the same since, and I mean all in a good way. So we love that. I know mobile apps are a big part of a lot of these things. Online accessibility is a huge part for everybody. The list of towns is long: La Junta, Montrose, Louisville, Moffett, Bennett, Westcliff, you name it. We're on the floor doing that. UC Boulder is doing a lot of great work, which I'm glad that SIPA is supporting. Libraries, fire protection districts, good list of stuff this year, and we probably could have done more if we'd had more money, but I think this is a great part. And again, this is not about altruism, this is about supporting local communities. So I'll wrap up my remarks by my so what? Why do we spend all this time on it? So I'll just talk about why Herb Halter spends time on this at this point in my life. First is, show of hands, everybody who knows Alexis de Tocqueville, who he is. Okay, few. Younger hands, not as many. So for those of you who know and those that you don't, Alexis de Tocqueville was an aristocrat in 19th century France. He was alive in the early part of that century, obviously went just right after the French Revolution. And de Tocqueville basically was trying to help in the 1820s and 1830s France develop into a democracy. Now, that's harder than you think because de Tocqueville realized that, there really was only one fully operational, complete Republican democracy in the state. And I'm not talking about parties, I'm talking about a representative government. And that was the United States. So he had time, he had money because he was rich, and he came to America. And he spent years here, and he kept writing. Now, de Tocqueville's Democracy in America is something that is highly quoted, especially by politicians. That bugs me because I know most of them have not read him. I actually have. I've read his first whole volume, and I got halfway through the second, and I'm still fighting through. By the way, if you want to make sure, if you have insomnia issues, you should read a translation of a 19th century Frenchman. You'll get through 2 pages and you'll be gone for the night. But here's what's interesting about de Tocqueville. De Tocqueville, when he came to America, rapidly realized that everything that was happening in America was happening because it was happening at the lowest levels. So when you read his book, if you even try to read part of it, what you'll see is he doesn't start with the federal government. He doesn't start with state governments. He starts with locals. He actually talks about societies and voluntary organizations, stuff like that. And then he talks about townships and towns. And then he talks about counties. And then he talks about states. And then he talks about the feds. And then he talks about how all that interrelates. But the reason he set up his book that way is because he said, hey, you want to get what democracy is about, you got to look down at the lowest level. And that's why it's so cool what we get to do, what SIPA gets to do, because we're really working with this baseline level of democracy. In fact, I have on a plaque in my wall in my office. I had this made, and it's sitting there. And everybody in my department has heard it 10 million times, so you can just shut your ears if you're listening. But he has this great statement, and he talks about townships, which is really small communities. Townships, if you're from the East, or that's what basically they are. He said, without the institutions of a township, a nation can give itself a free government, but it does not have the spirit of freedom. And his sad news to his French compatriots was, the reason democracy works in America is because it's been working at the local level for 200 years before they even had a Declaration of Independence. And that's why it's such a strong point. And so when I was asked by the governor to consider taking this job, I went in for my final discussion with him, and he said, well, Irv, you know, why, you could do a lot of things with your background, and you were in business before, et cetera. Why are you interested in this? And I looked at him and said, well, you asked me. He said, okay, yeah, but beyond that. And I said, you know, I want to spend my final working years doing something to try to correct the impression that our public has gotten is that government doesn't work. That, in fact, I want to show them that, at least in small pieces, it can work, and it can work to their benefit. That we actually, by and large, 99% of the time, spend the public's money on good things, doing good things. That need to be done by government because, as much as we love the private sector, there's some things they're just not set up to do. He jumped out of his seat and he said, Irv, that's exactly why I ran for mayor. It's exactly why I ran for governor. His chief of staff, who's now my good friend, Doug Friednash, but he and I had never met before, he's rolling his eyes thinking, okay, Halter set him up on that. But it really is true. What we do in DOLA, what we do in state government matters, and what the governor has done cleverly is he's put a whole bunch of people like me, like him, who think the same thing. You know, we came from a time, and I'm looking around this room and I see various ages, but people of my age know that back, believe it or not, young folks, there was a time when government wasn't always distrusted and not believed. And it wasn't all that long ago. That folks actually thought that we generally did things right. My family, I grew up on a farm in southern New Jersey. My family, my great-grandfather and my grandmother, these are very conservative, very straight-laced people, and they were all Democrats, and I could never figure out why. But then I finally put two and two together because my grandmother told me. She said, Franklin Roosevelt was like God to us because until he did the rural electrification, our farm was going to fail. That farm is still in my family 190 years after it was founded. I come from a very old place. The point is that they didn't necessarily like Democrats, but they were always going to be Democrats because rural electrification changed their lives. And I think the digitization of the world, with all its bad things, and there are a lot of bad things about it, actually still has this great power to make lives better, and it already is. And so to be a part of that, with SIPA's work, with our work, is a really important thing. The other part is that I really think there's an imperative to legacy. And what I mean by that is every single generation has a responsibility to leave something behind that everybody will look to 20, 30, 40 years later and say, I'm glad they did that. I'm a history major, as I mentioned earlier, and I love history. Abraham Lincoln and a divided Congress in the middle of the Civil War, when it was absolutely not clear whether or not we'd even still be a nation at the end of it, passed two important acts right in the middle of all of that. The Homestead Act, which allowed us to, in fact, populate and tame this country and get it into what it is now, and the act that allowed the establishment of the Transcontinental Railroad as a public-private partnership. Now, Lincoln didn't get to see what the effects of those things were, but we as a nation are still indebted to them who took that action at a time, again, when the nation was in great peril. They didn't say, well, we have to wait and get this Civil War thing done and then take care of it. They actually figured out they could do two things at once. The other part is, you know, people like Eisenhower and stuff laid out the interstate highway system. As a kid in the 60s, traveling, I remember what it was like not to have an interstate highway system. And the car was stuffy and it didn't have air conditioning, and I didn't like long drives because I got car sick. And those drives were a lot longer because we didn't have that. That's been a huge economic driver and social driver to our nation in many, many, many positive ways. And so when I ask myself, what is it that we're going to do that when we're dead, people look back and say, I'm sure glad they did that. I think this digitization stuff, I think the stuff with broadband, I think this is our opportunity to lay some things in, both in terms of infrastructure, policy plans, to make it safe. You know, cars weren't safe when we first had them. Airplanes used to crash all the time, and they don't very much anymore. And that's because we didn't shy away from it and say this is bad for us. We said this is good for us. We just need to figure out how to make it really good and really safe. And I think that's the business we're in. So in closing, I think government can do three things. It can do things to you, which is generally not welcome. It can do things for you, which may be welcome if you're under duress. But it's most effective when it does things with you. We in the Department of Local Affairs and many of my friend departments in the state are the with guys. We're trying very hard to do things with small communities. And I think SIPA has done that in spades. And Jack, again, great gratitude to you and your team for having that attitude. So enjoy the rest of your conference. Spend a lot of time. These things are always most important by the people you see and you know and you talk to and you learn things from. Think about the whiz when you're doing that. How do we work with somebody to get something done? Because you're not all alone. There's plenty of us out here to try to help you. The governor's slogan is, we're trying to make Colorado a great place to live, work, and play. And I would add to that, preserving the idea of Colorado is very important to us, and we're glad to have you as partners. Thanks.
Presents.
It has been such a pleasure working for Irv as one of my board members. You can imagine that it's so exciting to work with 15 board members that are all passionate about what they do. Do we agree? We don't always agree with each other, but it's so important for that passion, and I certainly admire that in you, Irv. Thank you so much. Here's a little thank you from us for your presentation. We thank you so much. Appreciate it. Let's give her one more round of applause. So we're ready to get started. We have a few minutes. Irv gave us the gift of time a little bit here, so this is another great opportunity to visit the vendors, get your forms filled out for our giveaways this afternoon, and we'll start our next session at 1:15. Thank you.